So the lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that is one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them.
Professor Klaus Schwab, Joseph Sikela, EU Commissioner for International Partnerships, as well as former US Secretary of State, John Kerry. In a short while, the President is going to share with us a success story and a bold dream. The success story of the Virunga National Park and the Virunga Alliance that was created 12 years ago in 2013. And the dream of how, building on the success of the Virunga Alliance and the Virunga National Park, he will lead the development of a new economy for Congo. One that unites Kivu in the east to Kinshasa in the west. One that is an economy based on regeneration and not exploitation. And one where planet, people, peace and prosperity coexist. Before I invite President on stage, allow me to invite all of you to watch a short video. Thank you.
La clé du développement, c'est l'électricité. C'est magnifique. On passe de l'obscurité à la lumière et cette lumière transforme la vie des gens. Il y a à Goma plus de 2500 entreprises qui ont pu se créer grâce à l'électricité.
Je suis en train de scolariser mes enfants, je suis en train de construire ma maison et je pense bien que tout ira.
Kupeleka kule ne hapa tunakuwaka na bei tunakuwaka mzuri. Asante na mimi nashukuru. Ça, c'est la clé du développement dans la province du Nord Kivu, mais pourquoi pas dans tous les Congos.
De petites choses, on va progressivement vers les grandes choses.
Cette vision, ça crée de l'emploi. Ça crée de l'emploi ici.
Virunga m'a donné une autre image.
President, may I invite you to join me on stage to share your success story and your bold dream. President, would you like to share with us your reflections and your dream?
Monsieur le Président du Forum.
Mr. Chairman of the World Economic Forum, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am particularly pleased to be able to speak to you today at the World Economic Forum, a space dedicated to resolving the most crucial challenge of our time. When I spoke at COP26 in Glasgow in 2021, I defended the idea that the Democratic Republic of Congo could be a solution country, a nation endowed with not only an exceptional wealth of natural resources, but also with a unique capacity to meet climate challenges through innovative and sustainable practices. Today, I'm proud to share with you a concrete response to this vision, the launch of the world's largest tropical forest reserve. This historic, unprecedented initiative will transform not only our natural landscapes, but also the livelihoods of millions of our citizens. This extraordinary community reserve will stretch over 2,400 kilometers, linking the Virunga National Park at the far east of the country, the vast forests of Ituri and the Congo River from Kisangani to Kinshasa. This project aims to protect some of the most intact tropical forests on the planet, while preserving extraordinary biodiversity, including some iconic species, including the well-known mountain gorillas, the unique okapi, and many other plants, animals that are very unique to the Congo Basin. But this initiative goes far beyond simple environmental preservation. It represents a comprehensive strategy to revitalize our economy, strengthen our communities, and promote lasting peace in our eastern provinces that have long been affected by armed conflicts and instability. This project will directly improve the lives of over 31 million people. It will protect nearly 108,000 square kilometers of pristine forest, and it will create over 500,000 jobs, including at least 20,000 specifically for young men and women who've been demobilized from armed groups. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Congo Basin, a priceless nature treasure, abounds in majestic forests and absolutely exceptional biodiversity. Its potential for renewable energy and sustainable development is immense, and we are firmly committed to realizing it, thanks to solar, hydroelectric, and wind power technologies, we aim to significantly reduce our CO2 footprint while transforming our economic paradigm. By harnessing the power of our rivers and the abundance of sunshine that baths our land, we will build a sustainable energy infrastructure capable of powering our communities and industries without ever harming our environment. Our agricultural transformation, which is at the heart of this vision, aims to harness our fertile land to ensure food security for our people. By replacing illicit activities with sustainable agricultural and mineral sustainable value chains, we will build an economy that respects both people and nature. Now, this is a fundamental right and a pragmatic solution to eradicating the illegal revenues that finance conflict in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, where 3 decades of war have cost the lives of more than 6 million of our fellow citizens. This local tragedy is a global threat. If we fail to protect these forests, the future of the planet will be compromised. This is why we need to reinvent the way we create and build peace. By adopting solutions based on nature and the principles of equality and social justice, we have the opportunity to create economic interdependence between the East and West of our country. This new social order for Central Africa is anchored in the act passed by our parliament in 2024 to create this great reserve, which is a true Treaty of Westphalia for the region. This transition represents both a challenge but also an opportunity, which we are determined to seize. However, we need strong and equitable partnerships on an international scale. Cooperation must not take the form of handouts, but it needs to be based on true strategic, sustainable collaboration. So I would like to thank the European Union for its ongoing support to the Virunga Alliance, which is an initiative which for almost 40 years has generated clean electricity and created 21,000 jobs through agro-industry. This success story inspires us to develop the Kivu-Kinshasa Green Corridor. I would like to thank Professor Yunus, who's not with us right now, but whom I saw this morning, and as well as the Schmidt Foundation for their support of the Grameen Virunga Microfinance Program, which is helping our young entrepreneurs thrive. These initiatives illustrate how, by providing Congolese communities with access to energy and financial services, we can transform the Kivus into a breadbasket for Central Africa, solving food insecurity, while reducing extreme poverty. To make this vision a reality, we focus on innovative transportation solutions powered by a biofuel and hydrogen. These infrastructures will connect farmers to markets. It will enable over 1 million tons of food to be transported to Kinshasa, soon to be home to 20 million people. This community reserve in the Kivu-Kinshasa Green Corridor is a model of transparency, of governance, and fair competition in a region in search of clean development. By developing renewable energy, agribusiness, and sustainable transport systems, we are creating inclusive economic growth that benefits everyone, one that will leave no one behind. When we formalized our 1T commitments at the World Economic Forum, we laid the foundations of an ambitious project and invited the private sector to commit. Together, we will now turn this vision into reality. Ladies and gentlemen, the creation of this corridor is not just a large-scale project. It is a genuine opportunity for transformation, integrated transformation. It will allow us to create over 500,000 jobs, a significant proportion of which will be dedicated to reintegrating demobilized young people who were with armed groups, providing dignified work, encouraging community development are essential to building lasting peace. Stable employment, therefore, becomes the very foundation of social cohesion, fostering resilient communities and reducing the attractiveness of violence. Furthermore, the corridor also redefines the way we do business, placing sustainability and good practices as well as community well-being at the heart of our economy. So this is a call for strong, equitable business partnerships. It is not just a request for aid or unproductive donations. Our ambition today is to build a modern, green industry which is respectful of our exceptional natural wealth. We know that this vision cannot be realized without investing in education and training. These programs will prepare our young people to take a more active part in the green economy, breaking cycles of both conflict and poverty, while inspiring a new era of both hope, entrepreneurship, and empowerment. DRC is on the way to becoming a global model, proving that economic prosperity and environmental protection can go hand in hand. By prioritizing sustainable practices, we're opening a new path that can hopefully inspire other nations, demonstrating that conservation is an essential driver of robust and sustainable development. Together, governments, private and public organizations have a unique opportunity to build a future where the Democratic Republic of Congo, as the guardian of its forests, embodies a beacon of hope and innovation for the entire world. So please, please join us in this historical project, which is unprecedented, so that this corridor marks the beginning of a true new era of partnership and sustainability. Many thanks.
Thank you, President.
Yeah, you're welcome.
May I now invite EU Commissioner for International Partnerships, Mr. Tshekedi, to join us on stage to share some remarks.
Yes. Excuse me.
No, President? Yeah.
Ah, OK. Ça va.
Your Majesty, Your Excellency, President Tshisekedi, Honorable Secretary Kerry, Honorable Dr. Schwab, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there are hundreds of thousands and millions of reasons why it is good and why we should invest in the green corridor connecting the Kivu and Kinshasa. 100, as we celebrate this year Virunga's National Park centenary. 10,000 as the unique species populating in Congo basin, and 1/3 of which is to be found only on this place, on this planet. 1.5 million as tons of the oxygen dioxide the forest in the Congo basin is able to absorb every year. And over 100 million people living in Democratic Republic of Congo, for whom the Congo basin provides their livelihoods. For all these reasons, the launch of the Green Corridor is important. For all these reasons, we embrace it as a flagship project of our global gateway development strategy that further strengthens the comprehensive European Union Democratic Republic of Congo partnership, which has at its heart the sustainable governance of natural resources and human development. The EU and its member states working together as Team Europe are already mobilizing investments and projects worth €1 billion along the corridor. And I am happy to announce that we have decided to mobilize now, very fast, in the short term, an extra €42 million grant funding, which we are ready to double very fast to boost sustainable agriculture value chain, to use the renewable energy and fuels, and to protect this iconic biodiversity along the Green Corridor. And we are working to scale up further commitments, including from the private sector. Excellency, Mr. President, your decision creates the largest protected tropical forest reserve on Earth, connecting the Virunga, Yangambi, and Salonga protected areas. The Green Corridor will deploy a multimodal transport system, including hydrogen-powered boats, to boost trade and food security, empower local communities, and become a powerful driver for peace and stability, creating a powerful positive link between the West and the East of your magnificent country. The Green Corridor is a unique undertaking to implement innovative solutions that simultaneously ensure the conservation of natural resources and bring economic prosperity to the region. As already mentioned, 40 years ago, the EU enthusiastically started to put its support behind Virunga Park. Today, we are rewarded with this fantastic initiative put forward by the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and we stand ready to double down and spearhead the Green Corridor together with our Congolese partners. In the spirit of Davos, I call all participants, and in particular the private sector representative present, to raise their commitments too. As a former banker, I was always, by my decision, asked to respond to questions. Is it legal? And is it profitable? And I was always trying to respond also the third question. Is it the right thing to do? And here we do not have doubts, because the outcomes we will not measure not only in dollars and euros, but in improving the lives of people. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Scaler, for your support and generosity. If I may now invite Secretary of State John Kerry, you've been a very strong supporter of Congo to protect its peatlands and also to provide livelihoods for the Congolese people. Could you just share some remarks as well? Thank you.
Mr. President. Thank you very, very much. Mr. President Tshisekedi, Your Majesty, thank you. Where is Professor Klaus? Thank you very much for your leadership also. I will share with all of you, excuse me, and Commissioner, excuse me, thank you for those great comments and for your participation. So I am appearing for the first time in years at the annual meeting here in Davos, not as an official speaking for my government, but as a private citizen and a private sector individual who has worked with the president and with others for many years on this notion of what could be achieved by focusing on the Congo Basin. Sadly, I think all of you know this and feel it, we're behind in this great battle. And it is a great battle because the stakes could not be higher. And we see every day somewhere in the world the impacts of the climate crisis growing. On the other hand, on the other side of that, we have a remarkable opportunity if we will just act like the intelligent human beings who were given brains and have the ability to improvise, to be creative, to be entrepreneurs, and to make things happen. So it's up to us. The great challenge that we face is that the world is still stuck, more than it should be at this point, on the burning of fossil fuel. Now, if that fossil fuel burning can produce emissions that can be captured, we win. But we don't know yet whether that can happen at a rate that could be brought to scale and at a price that enables it to be brought to scale and therefore proceed as we have previously. That's the challenge for all of us. Dubai presented the world with a new choice, where almost 200 nations came together and issued a new mission definition after Paris and Glasgow and Sharm el-Sheikh, and now after Dubai. And that new mission was that we must, because of what it is doing, we must transition away from fossil fuel. Even fossil fuel producing countries signed on to this understanding of the new mission. And that we would do so in a way that allowed us to meet our goal of net zero 2050, that we would accelerate in this decade and do so according to the science, which means keeping the Earth's temperature increased to 1.5 degrees. Sounds great, but that's not what the world is doing. Now, many things are happening, remarkable things, and I've seen a whole world of technology that I didn't see every day as Secretary of State or as climate envoy, but things are happening, exciting things with batteries, with new cement, green cement, partly fostered by the World Economic Forum that joined in on putting together the First Movers Coalition, where countries are now moving and individual corporations moving to seize the future and to define it. That's what's happening here. I will tell you without any bashfulness or reservation, this is one of the strongest and most exciting proposals that I've been privileged to be part of in the years that I have come to the World Economic Forum. This is big. This is a huge idea. And it depends on the best of private sector, public sector cooperation, and of particularly the private sector understanding that in this kind of project, there is the ability to not only do well, but to do good. This has, as we met earlier today with President Tshisekedi, and he described very adequately as well as excitedly the prospects of what this brings. We all know there's been fighting in the East, North. And I saw that fighting to some degree when I visited a number of times to the DRC and also to Rwanda. And we saw how the troubles continue because people are given the alternative of fighting rather than of building something as exciting as this kind of project. We have the power, we have the opportunity to change history and also to help win this battle that, like it or not, we are all engaged in. So the Congo Basin now stands alone. And many of us have lived through witnessing the Amazon continue to be shredded away for bad practices about cattle or logging, all of which could be different and hopefully will be as we go to Brazil for the next meeting. But we also know what's happened in Indonesia and other parts of the world. I flew over Cambodia at low level in a helicopter and saw clear cut after clear cut after clear cut, most of it illegal. And we've even worked trying to get certain countries, one country in particular that is the largest consumer of illegal logging, to stop. We've talked even to the brokers who know that some of the logging they're selling is illegal. So there's a whole food chain here that we need to try to address. So I would just say to everybody, look, the Virunga model is living proof of what can be achieved when governments and private individuals come together in order to provide funding and make the difference. Honestly, when I went the first time to the DRC and saw that incredible, large, remarkably powerful river just flowing, you just felt the energy that is there to be harnessed to change lives. This is a way to pull people away from the violence, to give young people an alternative, to find jobs that will be produced, and hugely important in the context of where we are today, to provide a monumental sink, a consumer of carbon that will help us meet our goals and embrace the future that we all want. So I intend, from the private sector position that I now have, to continue to work with our colleagues to help make this a success. There's nothing worse than announcing something big and 5 years later, nothing has happened. We have to all agree that is not going to be what happens here. We're going to make this happen. We're going to use all of our guile and all of our leadership and all of our wisdom to put together something that changes lives for the better and sets an example to the rest of the planet for how we can move to embrace the future intelligently. Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, Secretary Kerry. We've come to the end of the session. Before I close, I want to extend my deep appreciation to President Tshekedi for sharing your bold vision with us here today, and to invite global partners to work with Congo to defend Earth's largest lung. I'm also delighted to announce that with this ambition, the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Congo Basin will be joining the Trillion Trees Initiative. This was an initiative that was launched at the World Economic Forum 5 years ago. Today, we already have more than 85 global corporates working alongside governments to restore and conserve landscapes. And this includes governments in the US, China, India, Sahel region, Amazon. So welcome on board, Congo. For those of you who are here today and who are watching this online, I would like to invite you to join the Congolese people, led by the President of Congo, to translate this very exciting vision into reality. And we need the support of business, of philanthropic partners, of civil society to make this.
This is the journey to one Africa.
You know, the history of what we now know as the Democratic Republic of Congo is a history that is long and has several twists and turns. And it is important to contextualize that history so that we are able to understand and appreciate what is happening now. The Congo Free State, as we know it today, was established by King Leopold of the Belgians. That is not to say that there were no African populations with over 450 nationalities. And we will also remember that it's the same King Leopold of the Belgians who was the first behind the Berlin Conference in 1884 and 1885, during which the current boundaries that we know of African states were established. But during that same period that Leopold was establishing the Congo Free State, the Germans under Bismarck in 1880 had also established a presence in what is present-day Tanzania, but was then Tanganyika, and in what was then Rwanda-Urundi, which we now know separately as Rwanda and Burundi. When the Germans lost the war, what is normally described as the First World War, but I prefer to call the First European Tribal War, what then happened is that Rwanda and Burundi were made to be trust territories of Belgium. So the original sin in terms of the conflict that we see in DRC today was planted in those days, planted by King Leopold of the Belgians, reinforced in Berlin in 1884 and 1885. And there is a beautiful book that has been written by the Nigeria called Dekeye Adebajo in 2010, which is titled The Curse of Berlin, Africa After the Cold War. And it is important to have that history for us to appreciate what is now known as the conflict that is pitting Congo. Some say that the Rwandese are involved because the people that are fighting as M23 are of Tutsi stock, but they are Congolese. They come from around Kivu. The fact that a boundary was drawn by the colonialists and put them in a country that is now known as DRC, at one time was known as Zaire or Congo Kinshasa, does not make them Rwandese. So the M23 was formed deliberately because the people who are then christened as the Banyamulenge thought that they were being discriminated against. They thought that the Congolese administration in Kinshasa was telling them to go to Rwanda, which is not their country. And this is something that has been debated over time. In 1996, when the country was still known as Zaire, the former president of Tanzania, the late Julius Kambarage Nyerere, in 1996, when delivering a speech in New York under the Peace Africa, the Peace Academy, said that we must be very clear that the Banyamulenge are not Rwandese. The Banyamulenge or the Tutsi who are to be found or who are found in Kivu are Congolese. Because the colonialist border put them in DRC, Congo, and some in Tutsi, does not make them Rwandese. So the M23 was created deliberately for the purpose of protecting the interests of the Tutsis who are Congolese citizens. However, it must be understood that there have been accusations and counter-accusations, with the administration in Kinshasa saying that the Rwanda administration is aiding the M23. Rwanda on her part has said that because the war spills over into Rwanda occasionally, they are always on a defensive and sometimes in an offensive mode. And you will remember that when Félix Tshekedi took over power, there was a time indeed when he visited Kigali and gave the Rwandese the right to move into the territory of Congo to deal with other rebel groups which were a threat to Rwanda, in the same way that he also did to the Ugandans. The fallout now is that diplomatically there is now a problem between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the accusations are that the Rwandese administration is using M23 to destabilize DRC and also to take resources. But I believe that if we are to look at the issue in an objective manner, this is not the time to apportion blame. This is the time to ask ourselves, how can we stabilize that area? And that will require, among other things, that all the combatants are called to a round table. The argument, for example, that comes from the Kinshasa administration that they cannot have a face-to-face meeting with M23 is without merit, because it is the M23 who are on the ground, and they are an organized force with a clear chain of command. Even if it is true that the Rwanda government has given them logistical support, that does not take away the fact that they are organized and that they say they are Congolese. And we will remember that numerous attempts have been made to stabilize DRC. Numerous attempts when it was still called Zaire, numerous attempts when it changed its name to the Democratic Republic of Congo, and there have been peace initiatives, the most prominent of which has been the peace initiative by President João Lourenço of Angola, which appears to have faltered. There was also the Nairobi peace initiative, and we will remember that at one time all the East African countries did sanction an African force to go and help the Congolese administration, and they expelled the East African force and invited SADC. It must be remembered that DRC is a member of 2 regional organizations, perhaps even 3, but the most prominent are that they are members of the East African community and members of SADC. And as we speak now in the year 2025, it is the SADC forces that are prominent in that area. Internationally, we also have the UN, MONUSCO, which has been there for a very long time. And this is not the first time that M23 have actually invaded Goma and occupied Goma. There was a time when they did, but the things have escalated in a manner that was unprecedented, with the consequence that the Kinshasa administration severed diplomatic ties and asked that the Rwandese ambassador winds up their diplomatic activities within 48 hours. It is in that context that the Kenyan President William Ruto, who is the current chair of the East African community, then said, let us have an urgent meeting in order to resolve the problem. But from where I sit, such an urgent meeting will only be to stabilize and possibly call for a truce. But we've got to look at the long-term issues. I know others outside of the continent have also offered to mediate. President Erdogan of Turkey did offer to mediate, and that was immediately dismissed by the Congolese, which begs the question, how do we deal with the Congo problem in the context of the combatants who are present and who have demonstrated that they have sufficient firepower to overwhelm the Congolese forces? We talk much more about M23 and also talk about Banyamulenge, but remember that researchers tell us that there are anything between 100 and 120 armed groups, some of which are mercenaries and are involved with miners from different parts of the world. so that even if you negotiated with M23, what do you do with the other armed forces? From where I sit, and there are people who share the view that I take, you need a thorough examination of the situation in Congo. You need to have a conference which is an all-party meeting to look at mediation of the conflict in a proper manner. And I am of the view that all heads of state in East Africa should congregate. All heads of state in SADC should congregate. And perhaps if the AU was a strong body, it is not. This would be done under the aegis of the AU, so that you don't have single mediators. In order to underscore the significance of the situation or the gravity of the situation, heads of state should do the initial heavy lifting with certain guarantees being demanded of the parties involved. Short of that, we are in danger of having an all-out war in the same manner that we had in 1996 and 1997, when we had what was called the First Congo War and Africa's First World War. And we then had a similar one in 2001, 2003. So there is wisdom in this thing happening. I hope that on the 29th day of January 2025, the initial meeting between President Tshisekedi and President Kagame, and in the presence of other heads of state, will break the ice, because breaking the ice will then ensure that we have a path towards which lasting peace can be realized and certain accommodations being made. Finally, it is important to point out that it is unwise for African leaders to use colonially created and inherited boundaries as a basis for shutting out populations. One of the reasons why in 1963 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and in 1964 in Cairo, Egypt, it was agreed to retain the boundaries was not because we wanted to use them as paddocks to discriminate, but because it was thought that trying to recreate them would cause chaos. It was also understood that they'll only be useful for purposes of administration. It cannot be right that we are talking about African unity, we are talking about free movement of persons, and then we begin to say that some are Congolese, some are Rwandese, some are Burundians. I hope and pray that those who for the time being are in positions of leadership in the DRC will recognize and see the big picture and negotiate. The stance that they have taken that they are not going to negotiate with M23 is, in my view, self-defeating. You know, I understand President Ruto is the current chair of the East African Community Summit, having taken over from President Salva Mayardit Kir of South Sudan. So in that context, I understand that he is reacting properly and saying, these are member states, let's have an urgent meeting. But it beggars belief that you are calling the president of a former colonizer and a neo-colonizer to tell you how to run African affairs. But all these are out of what I call colonial hangover. African politicians still hold the view that they must be second-guessed and supported by presidents of former colonizers. We must decolonize our minds. You don't need Macron. You need any president to tell us in Africa how we can make our own peace. This is why they look down upon us, that even the things we can do, we still behave as if we are school boys and school girls, and they've got to tell us what to do. I hope that when the meeting of the East African Community Heads of State is convened, heads of state will say, no, we don't want France. No, we don't want all these fellows. They could be friends of goodwill, but the territory must be defined. What we are doing for Africans, let Africans do. Nyerere was so clear in these things that lasting peace can only be achieved if it is midwifed by Africans who are guarantors. And if we want any international presence in the meeting, it should be through the institution of the United Nations in which we are members, not some foreign power. And Macron has demonstrated not once, not twice, that he has great contempt for Africa, and we should shut him out. You know, there are many suspicions as to who is the guarantor and who is the person behind M23. There are suggestion and speculation that M23, of course, as we know, this is in the public domain, that the Rwanda is behind them. There are those who even argue that even France is behind them. There are those who even argue that the United States is supporting them. Those arguments are there. But even if that were true, I believe that it is African countries who should, in the first instance, examine what is on the ground. And if indeed the French are involved in some way or other, then it is our duty to ensure that those umbilical cords are cut. But ultimately, one of the things that must be done, even as we blame others, is not to deal with the symptoms, but to deal with the root cause. I know there are many individuals, one of whom has written over 20 books. And in those 20 books, what he does is to make all manner of accusations against Rwanda and against M23. And that individual has indeed been one of the fellows that is cited as the authorities in that area. But when you read some of his books, I'll not mention him, you see that the idea is to demonize Rwanda. The idea is to demonize the M23. The idea is to demonize any organization that is trying to emphasize the significance of resolving these issues as a matter that can be resolved by the Congolese. I have always held the view that if there was an administration in Kinshasa which wanted to resolve all the Congolese problems, then they would call what I call the all-Congolese meeting, at which all combatants would then be present. And in that way, you would then have the issues resolved. I believe at one time, there are people, some Catholic bishops of Congolese origin had made that suggestion. And there are important Congolese leaders who have also wanted to have these things resolved. I believe Fayulu, may have his biases. I believe Dr. Mukwege is one of the fellows who have spoken about these. They may have their own biases, but this is the time. When your house is on fire, you don't put oil, you look for water. When a rat is in your house, you don't burn the house, you remove the rat. And when your neighbor's house is on fire, you help them so that it doesn't spread to your own. And the wisdom of the occasion therefore demands that we have these meetings, and because these meetings will also help us identify who are the sponsors, who are the guarantors, and in that way we'll resolve the problem, hopefully once and for all. You know, President Kagame must be understood at different levels. Level number one, that he himself was a refugee after the first genocide in 1959. And his family was in Uganda for a very long time, suffering discrimination and alienation. And when he was in that space, that he himself participated jointly with President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni in liberating Uganda when he was a part of the NRA-NRM. And we also must remember that it is him and his comrades who are in the forefront to stop the genocide in 1994, when we now know anything between 800 and 1 million people were massacred in a manner that was completely unprecedented in the continent of Africa. So he must be understood in the context of the genocide, and that he is a leader who emerged from that space. And when people have called President Kagame a dictator, I've denied it. I've said Kagame is a disciplinarian. And his disciplinarian approach is informed by the realities on the ground in Rwanda. And remember that around Rwanda, there are also people who ran away, people who belong to the old regime of Habyarimana and who are in the army, and people who are civilians who are involved in the massacre of the Tutsi and moderate Hutus in Taharamwe, who are actually still in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And when therefore it is said that Kagame is an expansionist, and he's been accused of being an expansionist. In fact, he, together with President Yoweri Museveni, have been accused of wanting to create what is called the Bahima Batutsi Kingdom. I don't think so. I hold the view that what they have been trying to do is to say that we have a territory whose integrity we want to protect. You are trying to impose on us people with whom we have filial ties, with whom we have same blood, our kith and kin, but who by dint of colonial boundaries are actually Congolese. And that therefore we must be on a defensive stance. To compare him therefore with Putin, who belongs to a different dispensation in a different environment, is to miss the point. And the point is that he finds himself as a leader together with his comrades in arms in a post-genocide era, and he is trying to rebuild a society. And that process of rebuilding a society requires that one is eternally vigilant, because the perpetrators of the genocide, most of them are still alive and well, and one may dare say, may even have genocidal ideas, and therefore one cannot lower one's guard. Therefore, in the same manner that Putin is saying that people of Russian stock, wherever they are, we have a duty to protect them. Kagame is also saying, as according to these commentators, that anybody who is of Tutsi stock, wherever they are, we are going to protect them. And I think that that argument looks very logical, but its logic dies when you come to grip with the reality that in the case of Rwanda, these people who are of Rwandese or Tutsi stock in the Democratic Republic of Congo are actually Congolese. And in the case of Russia, we must also remember that what is today Ukraine or Russia were part of the Soviet Union. So sometimes that comparison is not without merit. Is not without merit, particularly when you look at the history and the circumstances. But I believe that the underlying philosophical reasons or practical or social reason that informs the manner in which they conduct themselves is a little nuanced. But there is a sense in which when historians write, it will be right to say that certain boxes are ticked for both President Putin and for President Kagame in protecting their very own. You know, in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Goma is the biggest city. And remember, that is a mining area. That is a mining area, and the mines that are to be found in eastern Congo, whether it's uranium, whether it's cobalt, whether it's rare earth, whether it's gold, the biggest airfield, official airfield, is to be found in Goma. It is also the city that connects you with the rest of East Africa, whether you are talking Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and the rest of the African hinterland, if you may. So it is significant in that regard because of absence of good infrastructure in DRC. Congo is a country that has very few roads, very few railways, if any. So when you move from Kinshasa or Kisangani or Bukavu, the place that you come to is Goma. So Goma is really important for Eastern Congo, which is the home of mines, and which, when DRC stabilizes, that is actually the fountain of their riches. When you take Goma, you hit the very heart of Eastern Congo. You know, one can never say never, and that is why some of us are saying before that happens, it must be stopped. You know, when you see the MR23 taking Goma, they are actually saying we can march on to Kinshasa. And it has happened before during the Kabila administration. And it is also possible that the administration in Kinshasa will not stand by and watch them march on. They would invite their own friends as they did before. And if they did so, you would once again have different countries involved, both from within Eastern Africa or Southern Africa or Central Africa. And nobody wants that, because when that happens, there'll also be other countries who actually love it when Congo is at war and in a state of confusion. And there are countries which are former colonizers whose subterranean hands are ever present, because an unstable Congo and an unstable Africa is a good hunting ground. So we pray and hope, and beyond prayer and hope, the political leaders must make every effort to ensure that that does not happen. The decision, in my view, to sever diplomatic ties with Rwanda that was made, in my view, very hurriedly, ought to be reversed. You must retain some kind of engagement. Even in the most difficult times, you must have détente, where you have their capacity and the ability and desire to negotiate and to engage, so that you keep on talking. Because when you stop talking, that is when chaos begins. So I am of the view that every effort must be made, and there should be shuttle diplomacy to ensure that we don't have another Congo war. You know, sometimes when I listen to the UN officials talking to the media, and they say our mandate was to keep peace, how do you keep that which is not there? There's no peace in the first place. And they ordinarily say we could not do certain things. We could not stop the combatants because our mandate is only to keep peace. So they go into the arena, and this is not meant to be a disrespect to the Boy Scouts and the Girl Guides, but they go into a war situation as if they are Boy Scouts and Girl Guides, and that they are going to hand over confetti to the combatants. No, these are guns. These are live guns. These are people with heavy artillery. So the UN peace mission must revise its mandate. And I believe that the Security Council now has a duty. This idea that periodically the UN Secretary General sends a peace envoy into a war situation is, in my view, without merit. And it lacks appreciation of the situation as it is on the ground. And that is why MONUSCO has been a monumental failure. And they themselves have been accused of many things which are not in the best interest of the Democratic Republic of Congo. So their mandate must be revised. When you are enforcing peace, the peace must be there, and even if it is not there, even if it is tenuous, there must be the ability and the desire to do certain things in a proper way. And we have a beautiful saying in Kiswahili, amani haiji ila kwa ncha ya upanga. Peace does not come except on the blade of the sword. You know, those who look at the situation will ask the question, beyond the analysis, beyond the lamentation, how do we resolve the conflict? History is consistent. All conflicts have always been resolved by way of negotiations. And negotiations have always worked when all concerned parties are made to realize that arms don't resolve problems, and that all problems are resolved at the negotiation table. It is the duty, therefore, at this stage for the organization that were created for that purpose, among other things, to be the midwives of the peace process in DRC. Attempts have been made, as we already know, by President João Lourenço of Angola, which appears to have hit a rock. Attempts have been made, which have been described as the Nairobi process, which have hit a rock. And it is now owing to the escalation that we are now saying all East African countries should congregate. And I agree. We should be an emergency meeting of the East African community, an emergency meeting of SADC, an emergency meeting of the African Union with a view to finding lasting solution to the Congo problem. That is what is going to resolve this issue. And it is only going to be resolved when all parties who have been named are sitting in one room and are told, we don't want war, stop it. And those who don't want to stop it, we are going to sanction you, both at individual level and at other levels which are relevant. And if you don't, we are going to use the law to prosecute you so that you are punished for the best interest of your country and your peoples. If that is done, then I believe that Congo will begin to know peace.
I don't think that needs any translation, but in any case, let's continue. Excellencies, ambassadors, high commissioners, representatives of international organizations, members of the Consular Corps, senior government leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It has been some time since we last met, and it is a pleasure to connect today. We are delighted that Rwanda's diplomatic community, as well as our own presence abroad, has grown. This reflects Rwanda's vision and intention to open our doors to the world for collaboration, innovation, and mutual growth. The year 2024 was meaningful for Rwandans. We marked the dual anniversaries of Kwibuka 30 and Kwibohora 30, followed by national elections. So it was a very busy year for us, but productive as well. Over the last 3 decades, you have been with us every step of the way. And we see you as stakeholders, as partners in our transformation journey. This is why moments like this, when we get to interact, are valuable, and we want to always express our gratitude, first and foremost, to you all. For we have benefited from this collaboration, which has also brought a lot of support to us, to Rwanda, for us to be able to continue making progress on this transformation journey we have undertaken in the last 30 years. For the North, we have had very good collaboration, support, and good results originating from that. From the South, we have had extremely beneficial, helpful relationship with our brothers and sisters on our continent. It has been a good journey with everyone. So I take this moment to thank you all very much for this. Now, you know, earlier I was telling our people when the minister and the representative of the diplomatic corps were taking turns to speak. I asked that mine comes much later for a reason. Because first of all, I want to take time with you. Telling you, expressing to you my feelings, my understanding of many things. This is an opportunity I can't miss. Even added that I wanted it to come later when everybody has had something to eat. Just in case some of the things I would be saying may not go well with your appetite. But you bear with me in any case. That's part of the lives some of us have to live. Let me update you on some of the key issues. Regarding peace and security and politics and governance and in our region. One, in our relationship with each other and the globe as it is divided and so on and so forth. You see, there are people who, and maybe rightly so, it should really be fine. People who talk about, a lot about values and interests, and so that those must be fulfilled. I actually agree. We should all have certain values that guide us through whatever we do and over many years. But when you say that, what do you really mean? Do you mean values and interests for some and not for others? Or you mean values and interests that should apply to all of us, irrespective of where we come from? Now, if you have taken a responsibility, a global responsibility to say there are certain values you're going to insist on, you're going to push for as hard as you can, and these ones should also come along with the interests as we know them. Still, that's fine. But it also gives you a responsibility to really walk the talk or to mean what you are saying. If you're talking about values, then I'm sure you mean that, and the first person to respect those values are those who emphasize them. But as we see things happening across the world, and I will not talk so much about other parts of the world, I confine myself to our part of the world, the region and continent. Then I also raise another question. Is there a moment where the values, where the interests people talk about become incompatible with the truth, with the facts, or with evidence? I don't think they need to be incompatible. It's actually possible to drive hard for values that you believe in, even mind so much your interests, but at the same time, those could very easily be served by truth, evidence, facts, as you interact with other people and other parts of the world. Let me give some examples. And I had the opportunity recently to address journalists, and they were bringing up questions that are important. On my mind, there is this problem we have in our region. There are many problems across the continent, but let me talk about our region. And I'm going to do that because Rwanda bears disproportionately a huge amount of burden relative to our responsibility in any wrongdoing, if at all. And again, it plays out like that, selectively, and on the basis of the disparities that are in the world, where evidence, facts, even what is right don't really matter. What matters is what somebody else must say, irrespective of whether what they are saying takes into consideration facts, evidence, or truth. You know, the problem we have in our region, in Eastern Congo, that has brought in so many countries to be part of it from our continent, but there have been even more countries from outside of our continent involved in one way or another, and unfortunately, many times the wrong way. And this wrong way, we are told, must be the one to prevail. Now, let me start with saying, if you want to really address a problem, there is no better way of doing that than bothering to look at and addressing the root cause of that problem. It doesn't matter how powerful you are. You just stick to the basics of facts, of evidence, of reality. You just don't come in because you're powerful and, the evidence is simple. We have had the UN, the peacekeepers under the UN in that country for close to 3 decades. The continued presence for 3 decades, when they went there to address problems, means there are still problems to address, or that actually the first problems to address were not addressed. Otherwise, why would you stay in a place purportedly to address a problem, and you are there for close to 30 years? Normally you would come in, maybe it takes you 5 years, maybe it takes you 10, and you would exit because you would have addressed the problem that brought you. So what are the returns for that investment? Of such a big force, under such a big body like UN, and so much money spent on that, what is the return on that investment? Other than continuing to have problems getting worse. That also shows, or maybe prove, this will prove why Rwanda has to carry the burden of this problem. It is a way of escaping responsibility. That's the shortest, easiest answer when people ask, why have you been there for this time and you still want to be there? It means you didn't address the problem. So this easiest answer is no. But Rwanda keeps being a part of the problem. Well, what that means, maybe you should get rid of Rwanda, to find a way of removing it from the map of, just find a way like it happened 30 years ago Rwanda was being destroyed to the point we should not be existing anymore. And again, associated with that, the very people who murdered people here in Rwanda, those who carried out the genocide, still exist, are still armed, are still practicing their ideology of genocide in our neighborhood in Eastern Congo, supported by government, supported by leaders in that place. On the watch of this international community that talks about values, that talks about interests, that deployed this UN force into Congo to actually eradicate, among others, that problem that originated from here, be it the genociders or the ideology itself. And people do it with impunity. And then arguments start. We have had arguments, again, through different quarters of this international community. Oh, you mean these FDLR, these genociders, but are they there? Are they still there? But we are told they are few. We are told, when you say, no, but you see it even in broad daylight. The statements made by government leaders. And you are wondering whether they still exist, whether they are there, or what they are doing, or you pretend for 30 years, you can pretend. Now the problem becomes, oh, Rwanda is in Congo, you have forces in Congo, you are occupying Congo, you are doing what? In this day and age, and even with Rwanda, its capacity, are we people who can actually do that? That limited capacity of ours, and but even why do you? What came first? Is it this problem that we have to deal with? Threats, daily threats, regular threats against our country and relating to our history? Or because of that, or in addition to that, we now want to become people who can go and occupy places? Really, the people, can they convince anybody that they even believe it, or they are using it simply as an excuse? Even if you believe it, why don't you find a way of denying Rwanda this excuse and remove these people from there? Because that is even in the mission that took there the UN peacekeepers. What happened? So then, talking about ourselves, I live many others out of this continent, outside of it. When I see, I know leaders when I see them. I also know idiots when I see them. You can imagine the combination of both of them, the disaster it is. If you are a leader and an idiot, it's a disaster, absolute disaster. It is even worse, even more dangerous, if the very people who hold the power in their hands decide that they will be manipulated and played around for some interest by idiots. Really, you know, it is. I have had interactions with many of our leaders on the continent. And among other things we talk about is if we don't take ourselves and what we do seriously, nobody will. Nobody will take us seriously. And we will always remain just neither here nor there, and people doing with us whatever they want without any of us asking, say, why? What is this? And then in the end, we start complaining about, oh, you know, this is racism, this is blah, 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 blah. Well, but I think we are the ones who drive ourselves in that kind of situation. There are things we need to be rejecting and doing so openly and without fear or favor. Why? Why can't we do that? Why are we not the kind of people? Why do we even need to have a problem like that one in Eastern Congo, needing a solution from the UN, from some countries? Why? Why can't we? There's no explanation. Now, but at another level, we have a mix of all kinds of things. And that's why we open up ourselves for manipulation. You have seen, or you know, of a so-called group of experts. A group of experts, what do they do? What are they expert in, actually? They're expert in what? You don't need to be an expert in anything. You just have to toe the line of those using you, of those who put you in place, including the very people from whom originate this problem as of the history that goes way back to colonial times. The colonial times that divided our people here in Rwanda, in our region, and elsewhere. So they come, they are the experts to explain the problem The problem is not that, do you know why these Kinyarwanda speaking people are in Eastern Congo? By the way, we have the same situation, let's say, with Uganda. The southwestern part of Uganda has a whole district with a big population of Kinyarwanda speaking. And when I'm talking about Kinyarwanda speaking, I'm not talking about just speaking Kinyarwanda. These are people even who are relatives. There are people in this country, as we speak, who have their uncles, their grandfathers, who live across on the other side of the border, and others who live here in Rwanda. Like, for example, in Uganda, there has never been a problem to do with that district. It has never caused a problem between Uganda and Rwanda. No, they are taken as Ugandans. And we accept that. We're not claiming anything. Why is it not the same with Eastern Congo? There are simply Congolese who hail from Rwanda as of history, or whatever other ways they happen to have gone there. It's a fact. So, but if you are going to have an expert who is associated in a wrong way with this history, to come and say the problem is something else, not what it is exactly, don't you have a problem? So are you going to be able to address the root cause of this problem when your first thing is to distort the facts and evidence? So that's why it is easy to blame Rwanda for it. We didn't draw borders. By the way, even the genocide ideology that I referred to earlier originates from that beginning of the history. That's where it comes from. So we go on and on and on and on for how long? So if you think Rwanda is in Eastern Congo causing problems, would you mind bothering to understand why would Rwanda be in Eastern Congo fighting there? Why? You need to answer that. It will lead you maybe to some of the things you need to address and not run away from. But to simply keep making statements, threatening, doing all kinds of things, let me tell you, we have been there. We have paid our highest price ever in our lives, this genocide. I don't think we can be made to suffer in all kinds of ways. We can do, but we will never, never, never go back to paying that similar price we paid 30 years ago. It doesn't matter how powerful anybody is. Maybe it will come to a point, if anyone insists on that, then that is maybe one way of wiping Rwanda off the map, because we will not yield an inch. Never. But we can work together to look at the causes if we are ready to listen to each other and address that problem the right way. But if there's somebody who is saying, no, no, me, I don't want to address it that way, I want to address it my way, and says, you see, if you don't allow me to address it my way, I will deny you this, I will deny you that, and I will take it to China, I will take it to Russia, I will take it. And no. But Rwanda is something we can do away with, don't worry. That is called babysitting leaders, and not pushing them to take their responsibility, but it won't work. One way or the other, it will not take us Rwanda back where we started from 30 years ago. No way. I know, of course, there are even some who, after 30 years, are still questioning, what happened? Who killed who? Who you know? The sort of pretense that exists is just what gives us that justified anger and above all the energy to fight back sufficiently. Now, again, to the values. You know, I keep telling people, they come, you say, you see everything, yeah, we understand you, you see everything is okay, but you see, we are failing to explain why Rwandan forces are said to be in Congo. Oh, yesterday we said, even before we are sure of what we are talking about, can you explain to me why FDLR is in Congo and being supported by government of Congo, and they have brought in Burundi under the same ideology and supposedly to fight M23, which is of Tutsi ethnicity, therefore related to Kagame and others, and these ones have no chance of living. They need to be gotten rid of. So you leave all that intact, and then you come to complain about Rwanda possibly having a force in Eastern Congo. What do you think you're really talking about? And then you say, okay, you see, you know, defensive measures that Rwanda has taken should be removed, and we shall make sure that, you know, if there we get rid of it. That has been 30 years there and they have not gotten rid of it. And then you say, oh, we shall convince the government in Kinshasa. After all, you know, it is not the president who is the problem. It is his advisors, and it is, you know, these ones who are openly talking about genocide ideology are just some people. We are going to tell him to take care of them and to put them aside. I mean, this story has gone on. I mean, do you really think you are talking to kids or also? But why would you even be talking to anybody like that? So let's leave the problem as it is. Use Rwanda, be silent about it, and we'll see how we can address it. And then recently, oh, Rwanda blamed, we didn't go to Rwanda. Rwanda, I'm friends with the Angolans and the president and Rwanda and so on. But that was not a visit of that kind. It was a visit to address problems. It was not a visit to have an opportunity to take pictures and no. It's not going to be the case. The problem must be addressed, and it can be addressed. It can be addressed. We all need peace. Rwanda actually needs peace more than anybody, because we have already tested the lack of it and the meaning of that. And then to see the double standards and the hypocrisy that add up to really nothing. You know, we talked earlier about elections we had here and so on and so forth. And so people tell us they want democracy everywhere. They encourage elections. The person who is causing problems in this situation I'm talking about between Rwanda and DRC has never, twice, been elected. And you know it. You know it. But this is why I was saying it doesn't matter evidence, it doesn't matter facts, it doesn't matter the claim. It's just what you think applies to you for that moment, for your benefit. The rest doesn't matter. This man, Tshekedi, was never elected first. He didn't at all. And you know it. So I'm not telling anyone, only that you don't talk about it publicly, I'm talking about it publicly. That's the only difference. You know it. The second time, nothing happened, and you know it. So, what values are you telling us that you beat up some people for, and then others you don't know what to do? So you think I realize that and really respect you for it, or even listen to what you tell me that doesn't add up to anything? So I know I'm talking to innocent people here, all of us, because some of you even representing the countries that cause us so much trouble. I'm sure I don't want to claim too much, but I think you understand, and maybe you report rightly what needs to be reported. But in the capitals, there are people who no, we want this to happen like this, and it doesn't matter what you tell them. But while that can happen, it affects you the least. It affects me the most. I can't afford to behave the way you want me to behave in dealing with this problem. I can't. It's life and death to me and my people. For you, it's just something you talk about, or you can call and give instructions while you are playing football, or you are playing tennis, or doing golf. So it is as simple as that for you. But for me, just a blink at the wrong time, It's life and death for me. So I'm just saying, please also understand us and understand the people you are dealing with. We are not this. Same old idiots you dealt with 50 years ago. We are not. Not at all. Not anywhere near to that. So if you espouse these values, the values that are so much talked about, I want again to say there is no incompatibility in espousing these values that you talk about, and I agree with. And even fulfilling your interests. There is no incompatibility. So, abiding by these values also must cost you something. That's why some truth has to, you know, with our partners, we are even told, want you to develop, to prosper, to do this, to do that. At the same time, I remembered a story. You know, there's something called AGOA, African Growth Opportunity Act. We were part of. It's a wonderful thing, really well thought out. But little did we know it was to serve some of us more than others. And what I mean is this. Rwanda, we made a mistake, a happy mistake. We made a mistake of saying, you know what, we have found some way of growing our textile industry because there was an effort, it is continuing, and please, we want to reduce on and even get rid of in the region, they call it chagua. Chagua, these are second-hand clothes. They would be shipping into Rwanda tons and tons of this. And they said, we can't grow our industry when we are giving preference to this. The next day, but we did it believing that actually this provision for AGOA was to help us make progress. And then they said, what was unfortunate, we agreed with some countries in the region to do that. And then before we realized, all the countries who had been discussing this matter and agreeing to the approach had been persuaded into reversing their decision, and they didn't tell us. So the next day, we were being struck off the list of those countries who benefited from AGOA, just because Rwanda's stubbornness. How dare you refuse Chagua? How did you refuse Chagua to enter your country? And we explained, we begged, we said, sir, you know, yeah, we thought. So that's how we, so really, what is this that we are talking about? From that time, it's several years ago to this day. But those with the oil, with abundance of minerals and so on, and who are not stubborn, those are the ones who continue to benefit. So I pointed out all of those things. You just get a feel of what is it that is happening that we should, what is it that is right? What is it that is wrong for one to do and to make progress? You can't be sure. And meaning you can't be yourself, you can't decide for yourself, you have to wait until somebody says, I want you to do this, you should be doing this, including telling you that you should be making yourself open to some vulnerabilities, like you should keep quiet, you should do nothing about dealing with the insecurity around your borders. Well, but insecurity around my borders affects me. It doesn't affect you, it affects me. You're not even ready to help me to actually be able to deal with my situation. Now they start, oh, no, you see, Rwanda, they started striking us off some lists of beneficiaries for that. They even say we have, but when they found out it was not the case, when they said, you know, something to do with the child soldiers. You know, I convened a meeting and I called the commander and said, do you have children in our army? He said, I've never known this. They said, no, sir, there is no truth in that. But what you are being accused of is that the country is being associated with child soldiers, an entity that has child soldiers in another country. I said, oh, at least on that one, even if it is wrong thing by somebody against me, and there's nothing I can do about it, I just relax and keep quiet. So we kept quiet. There are things we can't have nothing to do about, and we can't do anything. So we just become humble and wait it out. Then we have operations in Mozambique, in Central African Republic. And by the way, for Central African Republic, we're asked by the country to go and help. And we were also asked by the countries, developed countries, actually that we should help. And we agreed. When we agreed and went there, the country that asked us to help and even airlifted us to that place, we never heard from them a few months after. And then we were asked to do the same in Mozambique. We went there. before we realize when we are telling Mozambique and the partners and say, you know what, we are able to do what we can do, but we can't do everything. At least with Rwanda, limited resources in all ways, we can't afford to finance our operations there. It either has to be the country where we are running the operations or partners who want peace there and who have made investments there, by the way, after all. And we were left on our own. And when it came to some help that came from European Union, it came grudgingly. And you ask, they say, why are you grudgingly assisting us? They say, yeah, you see, some people are saying you are in the Congo. They say, no, yeah, but let's put that aside. Here we are in Mozambique. We are talking about Mozambique. So are you going to punish Mozambique for our crimes, for our offenses, for doing what you don't like in DRC? It is a bizarre situation. Why don't you take care of Mozambique and help them? And for us, we are helping Mozambique. If you are helping us to help Mozambique, you are still helping Mozambique. It has nothing to do with Congo. For Congo, we shall handle that with you and anybody else who is interested on the merits of that situation. But the mix-up is so confusing that, so in short and in summary, and I should end here in a moment, the relationship across comes out as, I think somebody needs to give a direction. You can't have things going in all directions when you really want certain, if you want peace, there is a way to get peace. And that is addressing the root causes and doing things the right way. If you want development, you need peace. And then you empower and allow people who need development to move in the direction you can discuss and agree, but allow them to drive that. If you are talking about interests, I have said values, the right thing, whatever it is, the truth, the evidence is not incompatible with interests. But if you drive it in the direction that is messy already and think that is the right way, I think we end up with nothing. So, dear friends, that's why I said I wanted us to take our lunch first, and so that you can bear with me on all this. I'm sure maybe you don't need it as a dessert either, but again, I want to thank you, those partners of ours who are here in the room, with whom we have done many interesting things together, and some of which have tremendously benefited our country. And we want that to continue. We will do our best wherever we can, but we will also not agree with everything. And it's normal. And actually, tell us it is normal. Some of you tell us it is normal to disagree. So I think we might disagree, but we can also always find ways to resolve matters where we don't agree. That would be everybody's wish. And again, I thank those partners who helped us during the Marburg virus disease that we have overcome. I very much appreciate the help that came our way and working together. And so I wish you once again, I have done that before, a very happy New Year. We are still in January, and I hope the New Year 2025 will be prosperous, fruitful, and a very good one for all of us. All the best to you.
agents, it would have been worse because there's no necessary equipment in our base. They are just called soldiers for the sake of being called soldiers, but there's no capacity at all. And what helps us is that all those who are around us are weak and no one can match us, but it doesn't make us any better. We have no army in South Africa.
If I may ask, why are we in the DRC, and where is the much talked about African standby force?
There's a rejection of African standby force by the imperialist forces in the West because they benefit out of the instability of DRC and Africa in particular. If there is any country that was messed up right from the beginning, was DRC. They've been destabilizing that country for many years because they want those minerals in the DRC. They even created illegal landing strips to land in DRC, to steal directly from DRC and leave. There's nothing revolutionary about M23. Yes, we understand the dynamics of those who are found in that region and the leadership of DRC ill-treating them. But what is important is we cannot allow black-on-black violence. In whose interest is that? Why do you take up arms to kill other fellow Africans? So we should first stabilize DRC and support the SADC initiatives and support the UN intervention, because the stability of DRC means the stability of SADC, and the stability of SADC means the stability of our continent. So we should be concerned that there are problems in the DRC, and before they come to us, they have to be stopped in DRC. You don't wait for them to come to you for you to realize we have a problem. If they can do it in DRC, that will become a practice. And the African agenda is such that we have to go and help the people of DRC. But we must not do that to our own detriment. We have to deploy the best capacity we have. And if we don't have, let's confess we don't have it and withdraw. We may have the interest to defend, but we may not have the capacity. But children are going to die. Somebody's children are going to die, not only these ones. If you had shot 9 American soldiers with that madness which is in the presidents of America now, they would have flattened you the following day. No one would have played jokes. People are playing jokes with the lives of our brothers, and we must not allow that. If they can't give them equipment, let them come back. They were, the death before this one, the soldiers were telling me that there were actually 2 military helicopters in their base, but there is no pilot to fly those helicopters. The first and the last time they flew there, that's when they were taking them there. You've got some bit of air power, but you don't use it because there is just no capacity. So someone is sleeping, and what makes matters worse, they take Mom Angie to become a minister of defense after being a minister of sinkholes. I mean, this sinkhole started during her time. Now she's sinking the army now, after sinking Releborin. So
I just want to take you back to the condition of Liberty High School. Not for the first time you see a school like this. Last year, the school in the Eastern Cape that has a similar condition. Does it speak to the border crisis in our country when it comes to infrastructure in schools?
Our leaders are not visionaries. They don't see some of these things coming, because you can be guaranteed for sure there were warnings before this happened, and no one did nothing about it. And if this had happened in Sandton, it would not have taken 3 months. If it had happened in Midrand or anywhere else where white people are found, it was not going to take 3 months. That's a complete rejection of our people. What makes all of us angry is that the infrastructure is in good condition. And then children are going through what they are not supposed to be going through, including teachers. Because we put emphasis on children, but we forget that they are teachers, that those people are grown-ups They are adults who must be motivated by their environment. They have to carry baggage. In their homes, they don't carry baggage. Where they work, they carry baggage. And you want those people to teach motivated. So it can't be. It is completely incorrect what is happening to our people, especially a school with more than 1,000 kids who are here. The whole future of Kutong is here. And someone just decide it must be destroyed like that. We came here, no one invited us here. We didn't know there was a single here. We saw bad metric results. And we're like, let's go and check what's happening with these black people. They don't love each other or what, to a point where they don't care about the education of their children. We arrive here, the problem is way bigger than the teachers and the learners themselves. No one can produce any result, no one. Even SABC Studios can't produce any result under sinkhole. So these people have been failed by their own government, but we'll make sure that this government pays attention and respond accordingly, because you don't only have to talk to politicians about this. We have to write to the public protector. Even if they come and fix this, there must still be an investigation as to what allowed this to go for such a long time. Someone must be held responsible. Imagine if those kids were there that day when that disaster was happening. Embarrassing as it is, you still don't fix it. So we are happy we're here. And we're happy that our children spoke to us, not in a very good way by giving us poor results. That was a cry, that was a screaming. And we responded to come and hear, what is the problem? And we found a big problem. Let's solve the problem and leave the rest in the hands of the teachers and the learners.
I just also want to draw your attention to the issue of NAFSAS. I'm not sure if you're aware that the Private Student Housing Association warned that students may not be able to return to their accommodation if the NAFSAS, I think 24 million debt is not paid. Your reaction on that? And then furthermore, I'm covered with the M23 rebels. FF Plus inviting those 8 political parties represented in Parliament to apply for litigation against Expropriation Act.
Well, we have made a call as the EFF that NSFAS must be cancelled and the money must go directly into the accounts of the universities. Because there is no NSFAS for hospitals. The money moves from Department of Health straight into hospitals. So what makes it different with the universities? Why can't the money move from the department straight into the universities? The universities will know how much they need because they've got those children there. They will know the capacity for accommodation, including teaching and learning environment in those particular universities. So you've got a person who's seated somewhere in air-conditioned offices. He's got no idea what is Univen. He doesn't even know how Univen looks like. And he must make allocation about it. And no, this no man was too busy. What is that? You knew that the following year we're going to take so many children. Where is the money? NSFAS has been corrupted by Blade Nzimande's Communist Party, even at that time. And they've never got it right. They will never get it right. Send the money straight to the universities. So that when these children protest, they know this is the VC. Now they don't know who's NSFAS. They don't know who to go to. Because when they go to the VC says NSFAS. So you need to give the money to a person who's got a direct contact with these people, who can feel them and know that this problem is urgent and I have to attend to it. So we call on this government to stop that thing of NSFAS and send money directly to the schools. With regard to the second question, we don't support the Expropriation Act because it's cosmetics. It's not the real act of doing anything. People just want to be seen doing something because it doesn't resolve the return of the land into the rightful owners. It talks about expropriation with compensation to justify willing buyer, willing seller. Willing buyer, willing seller means that even if government has got money, as long as the boer is not willing to sell, we're stopped. who can't do anything. So we don't support expropriation bill in its form, but we'll go to court to defend it against the right-wingers. Because as much as we're not happy.
Colleagues, we condemn in the strongest terms Rwanda's and M23's hostilities on Goma and attacks on Sake. We urgently call for a ceasefire and an end to this fighting, which has endangered civilians and further displaced tens of thousands more.
Nafika hapa Rwanda fatana kukimbia hali ya vita, nagombana vita paske vita ni kabumu. Wengine wanashindaka, wengine wanaweza, wengine wanashinda, wengine wanaweza vile vile. Na njoo pale ba adversaire wanaweza na njoo pale tunatoroka. Tunajiripoti ufasi fulani na tupumzike kwanja. Tujiretablir kama muda mrefu, tujue kama gouvernement itafanya enjuu yetu.
Oui, les militaires FARDC se rendent à la MONUSCO. Je vais aller, vaisha toucha mateni. Wako na jirandre. Je vais aller. FARDC na jirandre ku MONUSCO. Va mingi kabisa kabisa.
C'est vraiment catastrophique. Ambassade à Ouganda tombée, ambassade à Kenya de l'autre côté. Kongola Telemi, Kongola Tomboki, revendication que Zongi. Le feu s'allume déjà. Yarande Somo. Ya Somo. By Trenzo Longwa.
Hey, Gulu. Tunaona buskiladi hapo peke. Kobanga te bokokota.
No.
Eh?
You know, there are many suspicions as to who is the guarantor and who is the person behind M23. There are suggestion and speculation that M23, of course, as we know, this is in the public domain, that the Rwanda is behind them. There are those who even argue that even France is behind them. There are those who even argue that the United States is supporting them. Those arguments are there. But even if that were true, I believe that it is African countries who should, in the first instance, examine what is on the ground. And if indeed the French are involved in some way or other, then it is our duty to ensure that those umbilical cords are cut. But ultimately, one of the things that must be done, even as we blame others, is not to deal with the symptoms, but to deal with the root cause.
Nilikamata na mkono inapiga kunani kumurango na tuko nafunga vitu.
Viongozi wopeke kuongea jinsi watu watapima, tulizana kwanza.
Huku tuliacha watoto, tuliacha vitu vyote, hakuna mtu mwenye iko pembeni ya mtoto. Tunakuya sie peke jinsi tuko watoto wako yake ngambo, kama walisha kufa kama hawaya kufa hatujui.
The escalating conflict and deteriorating situation in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo are a grave concern to the people and governments of East Africa. Noting the worsening humanitarian crisis exacerbated by ongoing military actions, including the closure of airspace in Goma, I call for the immediate and unconditional cessation of hostilities.
Rwanda regrets the deteriorating security situation in the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The current crisis could have been averted had the DRC government demonstrated a genuine commitment to peace. The DRC has all the necessary tools to achieve a lasting resolution to the ongoing conflict.
Colleagues, we condemn in the strongest terms Rwanda's and M23's hostilities on Goma and attacks on Sake. We urgently call for a ceasefire and an end to this fighting, which has endangered civilians and further displaced tens of thousands more.
Ninafika hapa Rwanda fatana kukimbia hali ya vita, nagombana vita paske vita ni kabumbu. Wengine wanashindaka, wengine wanaweza, wengine wanashinda, wengine wanaweza vile vile. Na ndio pale ba adversaire wanaweza na ndio pale tunatoroka. Tunajiripoti ufasi fulani na tupumzike kwanza. Tujiretablir kama muda mrefu, tujue kama gouvernement itafanya enjuu yetu.
Oui, les militaires FARDC se rendent à la MONUSCO. Je vais aller, walisha toucha mateni. Wako na jirandre. Je vais aller. FARDC na jirandre ku MONUSCO. Va mingi kabisa kabisa.
C'est vraiment catastrophique. Ambassade à Ouganda tombée, ambassade à Kenya de l'autre côté tombée. Congola Telemi, Congola Tomboki, Voilà Tomboki revendication que Zongi. Le feu s'allume déjà. Yagandi Soma. Ya Soma. Baitreje Lungwa.
Hey, Mkulu. Tunaona buskiladi hapo peke. Kobanga te bokokota.
No.
Eh?
You know, there are many suspicions as to who is the guarantor and who is the person behind M23. There are suggestion and speculation that M23, of course, as we know, this is in the public domain, that the Rwanda is behind them. There are those who even argue that even France is behind them. There are those who even argue that the United States is supporting them. Those arguments are there. But even if that were true, I believe that it is African countries who should, in the first instance, examine what is on the ground. And if indeed the French are involved in some way or other, then it is our duty to ensure that those umbilical cords are cut. But ultimately, one of the things that must be done, even as we blame others, is not to deal with the symptoms, but to deal with the root cause.
Ilikamata na mkono inapiga kunani kumurango na tuko nafunga vitu.
Viongozi wopeke kuongea jinsi watu watapima, tulizana kwanza.
Tulia huku, tuliacha watoto, tuliacha vitu vyote. Hakuna mtu mwenye iko pembeni ya mtoto. Tunakuya sie peke gizi tuko watoto wako yake ngambo. Kama walisha kufa, kama hawaya kufa, hatujui.
The escalating conflict and deteriorating situation in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo are a grave concern to the people and governments of East Africa. Noting the worsening humanitarian crisis exacerbated by ongoing military actions, including the closure of airspace in Goma, I call for the immediate and unconditional cessation of hostilities.
Rwanda regrets the deteriorating security situation in the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The current crisis could have been averted had the DRC government demonstrated a genuine commitment to peace. The DRC has all the necessary tools to achieve a lasting resolution to the ongoing conflict.
Colleagues, we condemn in the strongest terms Rwanda's and M23's hostilities on Goma and attacks on Sake. We urgently call for a ceasefire and an end to this fighting, which has endangered civilians and further displaced tens of thousands more.
Nafika hapa Rwanda fatana kukimbia hali ya vita, nagombana vita paske vita ni kabumu. Wengine wanashindaka, wengine wanaweza, wengine wanashinda, wengine wanaweza vile vile. Na njoo pale ba adversaire wanaweza na njoo pale tunatoroka na jiripoti ufasi fulani na tupumzike kwanja, tujiretablir kama muda mrefu, tujue kama government itafanya enjuu yetu.
Oui, les militaires FARDC se rendent à la MONUSCO. Je vais aller, walisha tusha mateni, wako na jirandre. Je vais aller. FARDC na jirandre ku MONUSCO. Va mingi kabisa.
C'est vraiment catastrophique. Ambassade à Ouganda tombée, ambassade à Kenya de l'autre côté tombée. Kongola Telemi, Kongola Tomboki, revendication que Zoli. Le feu s'allume déjà. Yarande Soma. Ya Soma. Baitrenje Lungwa.
Hey, Mkulu. Tunaona buskilade hapo peke. Kobanga te bokokota.
No.
Eh?
You know, there are many suspicions as to who is the guarantor and who is the person behind M23. There are suggestion and speculation that M23, of course, as we know, this is in the public domain, that the Rwanda is behind them. There are those who even argue that even France is behind them. There are those who even argue that the United States is supporting them. Those arguments are there. But even if that were true, I believe that it is African countries who should, in the first instance, examine what is on the ground. And if indeed the French are involved in some way or other, then it is our duty to ensure that those umbilical cords are cut. But ultimately, one of the things that must be done, even as we blame others, is not to deal with the symptoms, but to deal with the root cause.
Nilikamata na mkono inapiga kunani kumurango na tuko nafunga vitu.
Viongozi wopeke kuongea jinsi batu watapima, tulizana kwanza.
Tulia huku, tuliacha watoto, tuliacha vitu vyote. Hakuna mtu mwenye iko pembeni ya mtoto. Tunakuya sie peke jinsi tuko watoto wako yake ngambo. Kama walisha kufa, kama hawaya kufa, hatujui.
The escalating conflict and deteriorating situation in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo are a grave concern to the people and governments of East Africa. Noting the worsening humanitarian crisis exacerbated by ongoing military actions, including the closure of airspace in Goma, I call for the immediate and unconditional cessation of hostilities.
Rwanda regrets the deteriorating security situation in the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The current crisis could have been averted had the DRC government demonstrated a genuine commitment to peace. The DRC has all the necessary tools to achieve a lasting resolution to the ongoing conflict.
Colleagues, we condemn in the strongest terms Rwanda's and M23's hostilities on Goma and attacks on Sake. We urgently call for a ceasefire and an end to this fighting, which has endangered civilians and further displaced tens of thousands more.
Nafika hapa Rwanda fatana kukimbia hali ya vita, nagombana vita paske vita ni kabumbu. Bengine wanashindaka, bengine wanaweza, bengine wanashinda, bengine wanaweza vile vile. Njo pale ba adversaire wanaweza na njo pale tunatoroka na jiripoti ufasi fulani na tupumzike kwanja tujiretablir kama muda mrefu.
People, God, he did that, and now it's us. It's Noah, that's you and me. Let's go and save our people. It's time. Let's go and save our people. We don't need to have positions. You know, you don't need to have a positions. You don't need to be in AU. You don't need to be like a leader of your country to bring change. You don't. You just need to be an individual who care about what's happening and want to do something about it. With all means. So yeah, let's go there. Guys, like this stream and share if you can. It's very important for us to grow and to continue moving forward. For those who are joining me right now, there's two things that we're sharing today. First, updates on Ethiopia. Let me read again. I see Dr. Sadeki, you're in here. I wish you came here and share with us a little bit, but I'll read the message you share with me. That this is what Dr. Sadeki sent to me today. Say, dear Mika, the bishops from the Legal Orthodox Synod have had discussion with the PM, and there was some agreements reached pending some implementation issues. The bishops said the PM assured them on upholding the law and unity of the church. Sunday's demonstrations or protest planned was postponed. Seems our prayer is working. The court also passed a provisional decision that prohibits the function from forcibly entering the church until final verdict is reached. Let's continue to pray. You see, that's what God has done in Ethiopia. We praise God for that. That's the first agenda I wanted to share with you guys, share with you updates, because we prayed here publicly and to let you guys know what is happening. And the second thing, plans on DR Congo. That our plans, our mission for this year, the first country we want to go to is DR Congo. That's the plan we have right now. Right now. Any other country out there, We must go there. Tanzan, it's good to see you, Tanzan. Today, Tanzania is supposed to have a show, right? You can have your show. Congo is under siege from several directions. Let's support our fellow Africans. Come on now. Come on now. Yes, 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 yes. I've sent the first 2 videos on the email you share, and I wish if you'll be with me when you travel to Congo so that I can show you why are we being poor as an African. Black Lions, yes, come on, man. Let me see these videos you share with me. Maybe I can show them here if they're not too... Okay, here. Yeah. If you want to go to Congo, you have my email now. Let's go. Let's go to Congo. You want to go to Congo? Let's go. You have my email now. Let's go there. God will be with us. God will protect us. Let me see this if I can show here. Let me see if I can show here. I have a video, one video here. Let me show here. Let me see here if I can show here. It's right here, here on the screen. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can show. This video is right here. Present video file. Okay, it's right here. I can share actually. The first video that she sent to me.
Wow. Hapa tuko hapa kwa ndani toli. Shalonguza tangi sita hapa tuko ndani ya moto. Nalu kabisa, nalu. Tunafaa mahefa yake. Nalu tunafaa mahefa yake kabisa. Kwa resema tuko na basoda, tuko na Colonel Malonda. Tuko na basoda.
Oh! Run! Oh man, this is the second video I'm not gonna share. The second video I'm not gonna share, guys. Ah man. Oh man. Ah. Oh man. Oh. Why did I watch this? Why did I watch this? Come on, man. Oh, I love. Oh my. Oh God, man. Oh, no. Oh man. Oh. Ah, man, why did I watch this video, man? Come on, Black Lions. Why did you send this video to me? Why? Oh, no, man. I cannot unsend this video. I cannot unsend. Oh, guys, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. God. Oh, no, man. That's not how you... Oh, man, no. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. And someone is actually taking video of this. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, God. No, God. No. No. Oh, no, man. Oh. Oh, man. And, you know, why did you send to me this video? Why did you send to me this video? And on the other side, I had to see this video. On the other side, you guys, I can't show you this video. But when you hear that people are killing each other, slaughtered one another, oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, no. No, no. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, Africa. Black Lion, I'm sharing this link with you on Oh God, I cannot see this. I cannot see this. Oh man, I cannot see this, man. I cannot see this. I can't see this, man. I can't see this. And imagine I'm seeing this, but this is happening to. It's happening to our people. We're killing each other. So Black Lion, I sent to you the link. Come and join me right now. I want you to talk about this because you were there when this is happening. Oh man. I wish I can show you guys, but you can't show this content online. You can't. It's not even slaughter. Do you know? Let me try to explain. Okay, maybe Black Lions, I want you to come. I sent you the link. Come and join me to talk about this, the videos you sent to me. If I can explain a little bit, it's like, do you know axe? An axe. A-X-E. When you want to break the stones. So that's how this guy is killing another fellow African on head. Put his knee on the he put his knee on the neck and he's literally doing that on head. And someone is filming that. Brain everywhere. That's what I saw. I wish I didn't see it. But I had to see it. Because guys, when you say we need one Africa in our generation, it's because of things like this. When we say we have to pray for Congo, for Africa, for Ethiopia, it's because of things like this. If you see it, it changes you forever. Because that guy there, that person there, might have been your brother, your sister, your neighbor. It's your fellow African. Yes, they're saying that UN peacekeepers get out of Africa. You're killing our people. But also we're telling our people that stop killing your own blood. Because once these guys are out, we have to deal with our issues. We have them issues. Because this video right here is a black man killing another black man. Like that. Yeah, see? That's the reality of Africa. Why we're here today. Who bewitched us to be where we are today? To kill each other like animals, like the way we are slaughtering animals. Man. Man. Oh, man. Guys, pray for Africa, guys. Pray for Congo. Pray for Congo. If that's how people are being killed, man, you would rather die with a gun, but not like that. Not like that. Not like that, man. if you're leader of the country and your country is going through that, what are you doing? Oh, Black Lion, man, I wish I didn't see that video, but also I'm glad I saw at the same time.
Yeah, I know, bro, I know. And that's what we are facing every single time that we are going there. And I know it feels sad because I know that every single thing in Africa is like that, because there are so many issues that we are not like concerning about, and that's what we are facing. I mean, like, as an Africans, we are also Africans, and that's where we are facing, not only in Congo. Like, I can even tell you that we are facing such kind of situations also in South Sudan, in some other countries. That's what I can say.
So you were there.
And
You were
I'm
there.
sorry to share such kind of video.
So you were there when this thing was happening? Like, who took this video? Videos, I know somebody sent it to you, but do you mind to explain that situation, if you know?
Yeah, actually, by the time that thing was happening, I was there, and I was not the one who was capturing the video, but I was there actually, and some of our friends was killed at that moment, and they have burned their trucks, and they just brought only a hair. When I send the video, I think I have said that you just can't handle this, but this is only the first two videos. There are some more, like, more disgusting things that we have seen, that we have faced, which is more scariest than this one.
And this video, man, is scary, man. It's scary that your fellow African can do that to you, man. It's scary.
I know. This is scary. Like, for you are just watching it like at the video, but for us, we are living it, because it's a matter of survival and living and changing yourself. Not only myself, actually. When I'm working in Kenya, in Uganda, South Sudan, Tanzania, or whatever, like the other countries I travel like almost 9 countries in Africa for work, and I have faced so many things, which means for me, it's a life that I'm facing. For you, it might be a video, but for me, it's just a life that I'm facing. And I'm a traveler. Can you imagine that? Those people who are living in those places, the life that they are just living, can you imagine that? Why do you think is that happening? Why do you think?
There's a little noise in the background. Do you mind to? Do you mind?
I have the answer for that, and I don't want to talk about those things in public. Not only the answer, I have the truth, the reality, and I know, I'm 100% sure, not 100, I'm like 1000% sure that I know the reasons why things like this are happening in Africa, not only in Congo, not only in Ethiopia, not in South Sudan, some like in other places also. I know.
Okay, so Black Lion, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me, Black Lion?
I just can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Hello? Black Lion.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the first thing is, I mean, where you are, there's a lot of noise in the background. There's somebody's talking, so it's kind of like mixed up with what you're saying. And second, second thing. So tell us. You say you know why this is happening. What do you know? Why do you think this is happening?
I don't think that I can say those things. I can talk about those things in public, and I think we need to communicate in like some kind of in some kind of like private way. But I'm telling you that I know about those things, not 100, 1000%. I'm 100% sure. Like I know, I'm 100% sure. Not in Congo, not in Ethiopia, not in South Sudan, also in in some other countries. I know why these things are happening. I know, I'm 100% sure I know. But the problem is, I just can't do nothing. I just can't do nothing. I might be like one of like hundreds, one of 200, one of 1,000 people to know those things. So many people in here in Africa, they don't know nothing about these issues. They don't know nothing. And they are dying for it. And I always cry about those things. I always cry. I always, every single day.
You know, after this live stream, Black Lion, I will call you. I'll send to you another link. After this live stream, me and you will talk, because I would love to know what you know about this stuff. And so I'll share with you. I'll send you an email, another, and me and you will talk. You'll share with me, and after I find out, you know, I will see if if there are things that we can talk about and see what we can do about it. I'll share with you here, because it's very important to know the cause of this and why this is happening.
I know.
To deal with this. I just sent you another link. That link, it will be between me and you, private.
Thing.
Yeah.
I will appreciate
soon
that. I have to tell you something.
Yeah, when you. Yeah.
You know what I believe? I know that now you are live and you're talking to some people. You are telling your attitude for some people, and I know this can. I'm not just mentioning you personally, but this thing, that this platform is for making money, and I have seen so many peoples, they just try to mention some issues, talk about it, and they just want to generate money. This is not about money, my brother. I just want you, actually, I appreciate the videos that you are making. I have seen some of them. As an African, as an Ethiopian, I have seen some of your videos and I appreciate that. But you have to know that when you are standing for millions and billions of peoples, you have to sacrifice some things. You have to sacrifice your comfort zone. You have some kind of privacy issues. I hope you know what I mean. And you have to stand. You have to stand for your family, for your country, for your religion, for your peoples, especially for the black peoples. We are being a slave for thousands and thousands of years. Even now, I mean, like it might not be like by force. It might not be as it used to be before hundreds or 50 years ago, but at this time, like we are colonized by some kind of artificial things, by some kind of artificial conflicts in some other issues. You have to stand for the reality and for the truth. It's not about a business. It's not about making money on YouTube. It's about the truth. Once you are standing for the truth, even if something bad happened to you, trust me, the next generation, maybe after like 100 years, 50 years, 100 years, 150 years, maybe forever, every single black people will mention your name for something that you have done for them. It's not about the money that you are making at this time on YouTube. It's not about the money that you are making at this time on TikTok or some other platforms. It's about the future and the reality and the truth. Try to stand with the truth. Trust me.
Black Lives.
A bit more.
You know, since you mentioned that, it's very important for me to say this. It's very important since you say that, and we are public right now. Everybody's listening, and I've never spoken about this, but I will say to you since you raised that up. You know, the first time, do you remember? If you have been with us, Swahili Nation, for a while, have you seen our reaction videos we've done?
Yeah, I have seen some of them. But to be honest, some of them I like them. I was so happy to see them, and some of them, just to be honest, there's some part of them that I don't like actually. Can I say some things at this time? I mean, if you don't mind, I can.
No, I haven't finished what I was trying to say.
Okay. I'm sorry for interfering.
So yeah. So a lot of people, they have been asking a lot, and I want to share with you the reason why I stopped doing reaction. There's a lot of reason involved, but when we were doing reaction, that's when at least we were making something out of YouTube, and at least for the work that we are doing and for the cost that they're here on YouTube that we need to carry on, you know, for the background music, from some other subscription online that we pay for it every single month. That's when I was at least making money. So when I say at least, it means like 1,000, it means like 2,000. But I'll tell you, the reason why we stopped doing that and we stick to what we are doing here, it has been more than a year. It is because we saw that the shift of the focus of people, it was leaving. So the focus, it was on the reaction videos we are doing, and people were not focusing on the message that we are trying to achieve. So as you know, the nature of our continent or the nature of our people, a lot of us, we are attracted towards the entertainment side of, you know, our thing, but we don't really focus on things that matters a lot. And so we're doing reaction videos and share the message at the same time. But the focus of a lot of people, it was on the reaction of the music and not really focusing on the message that we are trying to say. And that's message about Africa, One Africa. And that's why we stopped more than a year ago and focus on what we are doing. So right now, when you go through our YouTube, I don't really call myself a YouTuber because our YouTube is boring. If you go and you see the videos that we are sharing and everything, it's boring. And just to give you numbers, on December last year, in the whole month, we made $299 in the whole month. On this January, we made $206. And right now, February, we made $65 until right now. So that's basically, those are things I've never spoken before in my entire life, because that's not the goal and that's not what we are focusing on. And that's number that I'm mentioning is not even the number that we're using, the number that is posting on YouTube channel. That means it's less than that. And so many other things that we as a team, in the team, people that are inside there, they understand or they know what is going on. But the goal of this, I understand that, you know, when it comes to YouTube, A lot of people are in there, for business, and there's nothing wrong with that if they're there for business. But the goal of us as a Swahili nation went up is not about, making money. That's not the goal. Otherwise, we wouldn't be coming here and ask for people to send us to Congo, to go there to do something. Literally doing that because this is the job that we are doing 24/7, and that's the amount of money that you make in the month that it did not even cover the cost of YouTube itself. So it's not about money. It's about people, and especially here, and it's about the vision that we have and we are carrying. And so many things that I'm not gonna say here public because I don't want anyone to know that. But people who are in the background, they understand that. So I have to say that for you to understand that, us standing here or making these videos or making every single video you see out there, you don't do that for money. First of all, you don't get that money. Look at the viewers here that are watching, and that's because of
interfering.
Right. So it's very important to know that, and everybody. And just to give you that, so that because you brought it up for people to know, to understand that, oh, this is the situation.
Now I just get you. I'm sorry for interfering, and I just want to tell you that first thing. Just my profession is like around like computer stuff, and what I think. All the platforms that which are influential at this moment are like where they came from. I just don't want to say the right word, and we are just using it, and we are using it just for only entertainment. And I don't mean just, I'm not just like, I'm not just saying that to you. I'm just saying that can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay. We are just using those platforms which are created by some peoples, and they are using it as entertainment. And who are the entertainers? We are the entertainers, to be honest. And
I'm not the entertainer. I'm not.
That's what I can show you. I can like just try to play some videos, some short videos from YouTube, like 10 short.
I don't hear you. You cut off. And also what we are talking about right now is not what we are supposed to be talking about. Hello? Somebody here is saying on TikTok, say, when you feel overwhelmed, you try to find entertainment to numb your feelings because you need a break from that what you can not do anything about. And that's a point. That's a point, Fikri. But anyways, whatever platform is, it might be, guys, I didn't do anything. The guy just disappeared like that. So I guess, maybe because we're diverging from the topic. But anyways, people they use for different reasons, but that's not the reason why we're using it. And you guys today, for the first time, I don't like that I had to say that because even my team, it does not know that number. I don't share with anyone the numbers. I don't share with anyone the numbers like that is happening. I don't share with anyone. So nobody knows. And mind you, this is full-time, 24/7. There's no other backup plan. It's only this. And I don't share that with anyone. So at least now here you go. You know it. $299 on December, $206 in January, $65 on February right now. That's the money generated from YouTube. Yeah, let me know that I make money. Yeah. Anyways, and that's the work. I always say this, that if you want to bring the change, there's always sacrifice. That's part of the sacrifice. You know, a lot of people are working here. They could be doing some other things. The hours that we're spending here, they could be doing part-time job and do something else. But if you watch videos like this, and then you understand your calling, who God called you to be, you're going to hate your job. That today you bring me to the job to sit there in the desk for 8 hours and making money for myself, going there into my account. And I see videos like this, man, I'm going to quit that job next day because this is my calling. This is my calling, and this is what I'm called to do. So anyways, you guys, I don't know. Should I be really honest with you guys? Because if I'm going to start being honest, people, they'll be like, you're complaining. No. And I don't want to go there. And I don't want you guys to feel, to pity us or to pity me. I don't want you guys, no, I don't want that. You know, let's stick to the mission. Let's stick to what we're doing. And that is our people are killing each other. We're killing one another. For what? I talk to people all the time, and it pains me to hear what I hear. They'll tell me, I wish that person died. I wish they die. I wish they do this. If I was able, I would go and kill. I hear that all the time when I talk to people. And I stop there. I stop them right there no matter what. Because when you see this video, what is happening in Congo, and why do you have to see to believe it? So I've been addressing for 2 or 3 days about UN peacekeepers who killed our people, and we'll be addressing about our people killing our people. And I'll see if I can do. I mean, if I'm going to share this video, I need to hide it. I need to hide that part. But for you to just get the feeling, I'll hide that part. I'm not going to share that video the way it is, but I just hide that part so that you may not see. But even animals don't do like that to animals, but we are doing that to ourselves, to our people. And that blood, man, is crying before God. It's crying in your country. If people are killing one another in my country or in any country in Africa, if we are killing each other, and we need to stop. We need to stop. We need one Africa stop. Our leaders, man, I wish I can send this. If I knew the contact of our leaders, I'll send this to everyone, all African leaders that watch this. How do you feel now? We need one Africa. We need this not to happen. Wow. Guys, you don't have to see this video. For me, I wish I didn't see this. I wish I didn't see this. Oh, God, please. I don't know, man, if I'll be able to sleep today because of this video. You guys pray for me. And pray for those people who are going through this. It's bad. It's bad, man. It's bad. I lost all of my strength, man. Came here with a lot of strength, but I lost it. 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 Well, if you can go, if you want to go with us to Congo, tell us in these emails. We'll share with you the details and the ideas what we have. And if you can't, use the link in the comment section to support us, or you can go through the description of this video. You'll see our organization's bank accounts, and you can share with us whatever you have, and it will go there. So whatever you feel like doing it, do it. And I'm not gonna, I'll never do that. Never done that, never do that. I'm not gonna manipulate anyone by showing this video that this is what, no, we're not gonna do that. But just know that what is happening in Congo is dishuman. And we need to do something. We need to do something. These are those moments that I wish I was in a position to actually make change. AU, EAC, you guys have responsibility of what is going on in Congo. This has to stop. And you guys have ability to stop that. You guys have ability to stop that. You have that ability. AU, we need AU military ASAP. I don't care, man. This guy that I see killing another Congolese, man, these guys, they need to be stopped. If we had AU military, just bring there. Bring to that place where this conflict is. Stop these people from killing our people. This is dishuman. You can't kill someone like that. Like the way you break stone, that's how you kill someone. You can't do that. EAC, this has to stop. You guys, the East African community, you have to stop. We can't allow this to happen. You can't, man. Oh, no, man, we can't. Man. Like this guy, man, how can human being do that, man? You don't have no heart. Literally, like this is evil. This is devil himself. This is evil. This guy is the definition of evil, man. Looking at this video and I'm like, man, there are evil people in this world. This is evil. This is evil. What is happening in Africa is evil. And we're not talking enough about it. We're not talking enough about it. It's evil. You have to stop. This is evil, guys. Oh man, I can't unseen this video, man. I'm trying to think about something else, but I just can't stop thinking about this, man. Oh. Oh, this level of evil, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, man. What are we gonna do, guys? What are we gonna do? Yeah, they have like African Union Summit. African Union Summit. You don't address about what UN killing 8 people. You don't address how to stop that conflict. Man, African Union, that should be the first agendas. That okay, let's stop all the conflicts that are happening in Africa. Let's stop. What are we doing? All the countries you guys are having summit, let's stop. Let's start with this country. Let's go to that country. Man, this is urgent. What is happening in Congo for a long time. Let's stop that. That should be the first priority. Each country in Africa should give out military to go to stop this thing. Go and stop this thing. How many of these rebellious people are killing our people? How many of them? M23? Man, beat the heck out of them. Gotta stop them. The reason is because we are not one. Not one. Not gonna be willing to send their troops there. Not gonna be willing to send their troops there. But if we are one, man, we send AU troops. Not UN peacekeepers. Oh, they're killing our people. Killing our people. But this, it's not humanity. More than 25 years, yes, Paul. Yes, Paul. Since 1999. Man, I was only 6 years old. 6 years old. 1999. Today I'm 30. And these things have been going again over and over and over again. Do you know how many Congolese, I'm asking this again, do you know how many Congolese are outside of Congo? Just in one country, Tanzania, is more than 82,000. You haven't talked about France. You haven't talked about Belgium. You haven't talked about South Africa. You haven't talked about Kenya. Hey, Kelem, I already saw the video. That's the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I've watched movie of people killing one another, but this is another level. That's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. And that video is right here in my laptop right now. Like, I feel like I'm keeping evil in my laptop. There's a baggage of evil here. One African killing another African. Oh man, like how can we be evil like this? How, man, by the grace of God, man, like God, please. Now, man, I know that, guys, please pray by the grace of God for Africans to be really saved from our mindset and being delivered so that we may not kill one another. Where do you get this from? We cannot blame anyone for this. You know why I was blaming UN peacekeepers? Because they killed our people. I need a little break, guys. I need a little break. Oh. Yes, UN peacekeepers they must be held accountable for all the lives they have taken, including 8 lives this week. But also our people must be held accountable for killing one another. We cannot blame anyone for that. Even if someone gives you a gun, you can't go ahead and kill your neighbor. That is messed up. That is messed up mindset of us. That we're being controlled like machine. We're being controlled like robots. That I give you a gun, go and kill that person, and then you go, you kill. I give you poison, go and put to that person, and then you go, you do. That's a messed up mindset, messed up mentality. We cannot blame UN for that. I can blame UN for the lives they've taken, but we cannot blame UN for us killing ourselves. That's a messed up mentality. No matter who is back there influencing us doing that, why are we allowing that? Yeah, Kira Ami, I said this the other day. Guys, the end of time is here. I'm looking at this video and I'm like, guys, we don't have time. We do not have time. We do not have time. And if some of y'all have been seeing that, have been experiencing that, your relatives have been killed like that. Killing is normal in Africa. It's like you're slaughtering chicken. It's normal in Africa. It can't be normal. We can't allow that to happen. We must stop. We must pray that our mind, oh man, this is deep. This is deep, man. This is deep. This is deep. Africa, pray for Africa. Pray for Congo and Congolese. Pray, man. Like, if killing started from the beginning of time, man, when Cain killed Abel. He did that. That was the first killing ever happened on earth. Brothers, those are brothers. So it's been there since the beginning of time. That doesn't mean you should say yes to that and lose hope. No, we should do everything we can to fight that. Are we fighting enough? Are we speaking about it enough? Are we speaking against it enough? I'm afraid we're not. Let's speak about it. Let's speak about it. We got to do everything. You can't fight. We got to do everything. We have to preach. We have to reach. We have to pray. You got to do everything. Because I'm telling you, man, you can teach people for 50 years and still their mind, their mentality will be the same. Because it's not just about changing the mind, but it's changing the heart of man. And teaching and knowledge doesn't change the heart. It might change your mind, the way you think, but it's not going to change the way you feel. That heart right there, that soul, only God can change that. So decolonization of the mind, we can try to do that. And that's what we're trying to do, to preach, to talk. That's what we're trying to do. But the change of heart, only God can do that. And this, what I see here, is heart issues. So let's do all. Let's preach, let's teach, let's pray. Let's do everything. Let's do everything so that when we preach and when we teach, people will pay attention, will listen, will not just hear it, but it will get in here and change. Anyways, guys, I'm done. I don't know. I'm pretty much done already. Yeah, I think after this, I will make another video. Yeah, man, like she's saying this, that there have been so many wars and bloodshed in Congo that even killing one another is common practice. Once all this is done, the people will need a serious counseling. Man, I need counseling right now just by seeing a brother killing another brother. my psychology is already messed up by seeing that. And I've been talking by just seeing it. I mean, I've been talking by just hearing it. I haven't seen this level stuff. Black Lions and Mikias, I'm basically done. The session is basically over. Okay. Oh, Mikias has 2 words. Yes, Mikias.
Hi, everybody. How are you doing, Mika? Sorry, I was a little bit late. I had something to do. I didn't reach out on time. I just want to say, I jumped into it at the critical moment that you were expressing your emotions, and I just want to say, you have to, because as a brother, this is very sad that what happened, and I want you to be strong, and you have to keep therapy to yourself. You can try different things. I believe you, as a believer, you have to take it as a biblical therapy. And I swear, like, I'm really happy that you cried it out. To be honest, I believe we have to all do the same, because this kind of thing is happening everywhere. Like, and the social media gives it like a magnitude that we can't control, because you can't do nothing about it. It's hard, but from a therapeutical point of view, you need to read the Bible, and Jesus even passed through this times too. Like, him being God, he even went to Al-Azhar and saw what's it called, a dead body. He knew he was gonna rise it from the dead again, but he still cried, and he showed us how to cry. Even the Saint Gabriel showed Adam how to cry, because, like you said, Abel killed Abel, and he was so tensed that he started emerging a rash, or should I say pox. I'm not sure how to express this, but he had a high tension in his body and he didn't know how to express it. So his body started to react and manifest. And God sent an angel and showed him how to cry. And crying is not like what's it called, so called girlish stuff. It's just a human nature. It's a way to let out something that's hurting inside and burning from the inside. And luckily we have a teacher, a mentor, who showed us being perfect at the same time and being a human at the same time, showed us how to manage and get past through this hard times in the world, because it's just the reality. Mika, if you remember, like, I tried to share this on Swahili Nation one time. Things are gonna get tougher. We're just gonna get stronger. Time doesn't mature us. Damage matures us. We mature with damage. We don't mature with time. So, Mika, it was a surprise, to be honest. Right when I logged in, I swear, I saw the link you sent me. I didn't even join through that pattern. I just went straight into YouTube and joined. And when I saw your conversation and the statement of Congo and your face, I swear I was heartbroken, because we had the same thing on the Ethiopian wars. We saw a lot of traumatizing stuff, and we just went past it. And we, like, sometimes, let me tell you this is a deliberate strategy led by if we look at it from a supernatural point of view, it's obvious it's the devil's stuff. But from a ground perspective, it's the devil's co-workers who are organizing this. And the sad part is, I don't know how to say this, but like, it's the God's children that are doing this. The sad part is, because the devil's children just manifest this. They just want to see God's children doing it against each other, and then say, look what God's children are doing, so why do we need God at the end? That's the end point. Let me tell you this. If God's children are doing, let me tell you what's happening in Ethiopia. A lot of things are happening, right? If we went down and protested and stuff like this, if a single spark ignites, oh, see what God's children are doing? So why do we need God if God is teaching this kind of stuff? But it's not God. We as human beings, we're not perfect, so we sometimes do the devil's stuff. But we at most have to do God's stuff and do patience and do prayers and cry rather than fighting. Go home. I don't know. I swear, like, Mika, I don't know how to say this. Like, I just saw your tears and I couldn't back away, and I had to talk to you. That's why. And because you exposed this on a public basis, I had to come publicly. But I would have preferred it personally. But you being public, pushed me to say this publicly. That's why. So I just want to say, Mika, I hope you take care of yourself and take therapy like especially from a biblical point of view, you have to realize a lot of stuff happened on God's side too. A lot of things happened. A lot of people suffered by following God. So it's not gonna be easy. You just have to embrace it. It's just a part of the struggle. But as it goes for the Snow Foundation mission and vision, it's just a challenge that's upon us. Like we have to see it as an opportunity. We need to see it. What's the cost? Now we're emotional at this moment. Why my brother is doing this on my brother? Okay, it's done. So the next brother shouldn't do this. How can the cause and effect logic? We need to reach that point. We see it from a psychological point of view. What was this brother of ours doing this? Going to his brain? How did that go into his brain? How did that trigger and put the action in hand? And from the victim's point of view, was the victim involved? Like it's hard to do this research on the video you watched because I didn't watch it, but I'm talking from a general point of view, from like a war point of view, from a general for other conflicts point of view, like both survivors. Like we have to interview them in depth. We have to understand their psychological state of mind. We have to understand their spiritual state of being, and so on and so on. Because that's the key. Because these things, I don't know what's going through your brain, right? But I understood it by the words you gave me. And second, by the feelings. See, Mika, you don't cry from your brain. You cry from your heart. You might talk and express in words. I'm feeling sad, I'm feeling that. But emotions are connected to your heart. And your heart is connected to your kidney. Like there's a verse in the Bible that says, God knows what's flowing in your heart and kidney. Like, imagine it. Like, how can, once you unlock that in yourself, and once you unlock the thing that's happening in your kidney, like, I believe you're having a hard stomach ache right now. I had a rough time watching our videos in Ethiopia. I had a hard time in my guts. I was having a lot of intestinal problems, right? While things were happening in our country. So you can understand it, and once you understand that's human nature at first, then you understand how to rehabilitate that and how to take therapy on that from a psychological perspective, like the worldwide. Let me tell you facts. That's not gonna get you to the full point, because at the end they just want to take apart that part where it says it's God's doing. They just want to say it's science. So let me tell you from my personal experience, I've took some therapy myself. I'm not saying it doesn't help, but I'm saying the end point, the full human being point, is that godly mode. That once you understand how God works, then you can pass any time. And I don't want to say more. Like I just want to make you feel better. I couldn't handle it. Like my battery ran out and I charged it and came back. I swear, like I had to go in live before you left, and go on. Like if you have anything to say, I'm done.
Thank you, Mikias. I really appreciate for that. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Appreciate it. It means a lot. Yeah. Paul Boavida, thank you for the super chat. And thank you for your thoughts as well. Means a lot. Yeah, Kira Ami, say Mika, look at in Ethiopia, that is the same. Our heart is broken but we hope God even now. Yes. And yeah, I always try myself to restrain myself from these videos, to see them. I just saw, like, last week, I just received videos from one pastor in Congo. The church were attacked, and it was bombed just 2 weeks ago on Sunday service, and bodies were everywhere. I have that video in my phone, and I saw it. That was bombed. But this video that I saw it here today, it's nothing like that. It's not a bomb. It's not a and that's what has been happening for over 25 years in Congo, in Ethiopia, in some part of Africa, everywhere in Africa. It's happening. The case we know, cases we don't know, it's been happening. It's seeing this changes everything. Seeing this changes everything. I feel like we haven't been talking about this enough now. We haven't been talking about this enough. I feel like we talked, but we haven't talked enough. This is the third year of Swahili Nation, and haven't been talking about this enough. We haven't been condemning about this enough. We haven't been praying about this enough. This one video, and God, I just need to get out of here and pray, man. Cause, oh man, like you might not just, like, I just hope that when people see things like this, will not lose hope, because like the feeling you feel in your heart that, and like, yeah, so yeah, just need to kneel down and to pray, man. To pray for this continent, to pray for our people, man.
Yeah, Mika, don't worry. There's a tattoo on Tupac's back, if you saw it. It says, there's a huge cross inside it. It says Ethiopia, like it's an Amharic. And you know, there's a face on the left side and the right side. You can Google it. It says, smile now, cry later. You know for who that is? It's for the dark society who follow the dark pattern. Smile now, cry later. But when you follow God, you might cry now. For sure, gonna smile later.
Yeah.
So yeah, don't worry. There's gonna be a brighter day tomorrow, and everything's gonna be all right. May their souls rest in peace. May God say enough for us, and may we see the better days, and at least remember this time as history, and not live it in every generation, because it's so strategic that this happens in every 20 years to 25 years, especially in Africa. This makes it look like it's well organized. I believe that so, because from the data that I have, it's planned. They plant seeds in our brains. Once we start to mature and have like a physical strength, those seeds turned into well strength trees or branches or stuff like that, so we can do whatever we want. But if those seeds were good seeds with those powers, we could have done a lot of good stuff like you are doing right now, you're trying to do, and we're trying to participate in. And also some people and majority people are doing, but it's not easy. Like on the other side, they're doing the same thing to stop this. So Bob Marley once said, why should I take a day off when people that are trying to make the world an ugly place are not taking the day off? So why should I? And you and Mika are doing the same thing. So we're not going to take the day off as much as possible. And I believe everybody should back us up, like, in every angle. And because if we take a break, if we pick up our eyes from the egg, it's going to be scrappled. So we must not take our eyes off the egg until it hatches and it grows and it matures. And I believe that egg is our mission and vision of Africa.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Mikia. So thank you for sticking around. I'll let you go for now, and I'll be closing this session.
Okay. Have a good one, Mika.
Thank you, sir. Oh, yeah. Let me see this. Yeah. Yeah, I see my team here is telling me that I should not share those videos on social media. It will bring more anger and rage amongst people, and things will get worse than getting better. Yeah. And yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Like if it is 50%, I agree with that for like 60%. 60%, it's right. It's true. Yeah. But I've never just lost power like this. Yeah. Black Lion, please don't. Yeah, Black Lion, don't share with me other videos. That was it. That one is enough. Yeah. I don't know what to say, man. I'm actually kneeling down right now because I feel like we need to pray, and we need to pray, man. We need to pray for our people. We need to pray, man. Like let's not lose hope. All right. To be honest, I'll be honest with you, man. That's how I'm feeling right now. Okay. I'm a human being, and that's how I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling hopeless. You guys, you know me, that I don't really feel hopeless or helpless. I'm kind of guy that I'm always here to tell those people who are feeling hope and helpless. I tell them, don't feel that. But, I promise you guys to be brutally honest with you. I feel that right now after watching that. And what I'm thinking how to stop that. Like I was imagining in my head that if I am there and I'm the one holding camera, I'm seeing that. How am I gonna stop that from happening? Because that person could have been me or you. And when I think about this, how to stop that guy from doing that, I feel hopeless. Because that's not a thing you can do for the first time to a person. You've done that to a lot of people. Like, you don't have a heart to do something like that. And I feel hopeless. For the first time, I feel hopeless. Yeah. And that's why we need God, man. Because if I was just relying on myself, man, I'll just close this thing and you will never see me here again. You'll never see me talking about Africa and talking about these things ever again. If it was just me. If I was not believing in God. Yeah. If I was just not believing in God. I think that's why this is justifying UN peacekeepers killing our people like that by guns. Because they will be like, they're killing themselves by axe. Not guns, axe and swords and knives. We're killing them by gun. We're doing them a favor. But killing is killing. And our people are killing each other like that. Yeah. Yeah. And now, I mean, I understand. Now I understand for those who are feeling hopeless and helpless. If I spoke before and encourage you guys to not lose hope, to not give up, and not feeling helpless, if I spoke that and you felt like I was not understanding you or feeling what you're going through, you're right. I felt you to some extent, but now I feel it. I'm feeling it deeper because I am feeling that myself, and I appreciate Mikias for the word of encouragement. And I think the way that you encouraged me is the way that I encourage others when they feel that. And it's true, it doesn't really help. It doesn't help. You really encouraged me, but it doesn't really help. I still feel that way. And I know most of your Africans who are watching this, you have been feeling that helpless and hopeless. And I feel that right now. By just seeing just one video, I feel that. So